Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and change makers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, them look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC. where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web 3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down. Ground.
See, there were two guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, come on, man, just relax. He says, it's gonna be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix you a bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own one every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
Today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today And for more information, email us at info@faveunitetv.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kiera, the beautiful Key Taylor. I am your business moderator for today for this edition of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities across the United States. The Black Business Network is global community sharing for its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, today we have a lovely Miss Nikki Curry, who is a renowned brand visibility and public relations strategist. And she is also a speaker talent booker as well. Miss Nikki is dedicated to amplifying the voices of entrepreneurs, and speakers and leaders as well. Wow, Miss Nikki Curry is recognized for her amazing strategic leadership abilities and insight. Her clients have been featured in Forbes, MSN, Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance, and other national media news outlets, such as ABC, NBC, CBS, as well as nationally syndicated radio shows and podcasts. As the principal owner of the Image Brand Company, LLC, Miss Nikki Curry and the media division of over 20 years, she has mastered results-driven publicity. She uses proven high-level visibility and publicity for her strategies and her strategies to help her clients who feel obscure, inadequate, unknown, unseen in their own chosen industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you, Miss Nikki Curry. Hi, good afternoon, Miss Nikki. How are you? And you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Hello.
Worries. Hi, how are you doing today?
I am well. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Of course. Thank you so much, Ms. Curry, for joining us today. I see that you have a now is the time to embrace and own your space in the world.
Yes. I that's something I totally believe in. speak, preach, teach that 24/7. It's time. It's our time now to find our space, own our space, and to stand in our space. So I would love to talk about that today with you, if that's all right.
Yes, of course. Well, let's dive right in.
Absolutely.
So tell me, okay, so let's get started. How has the digital transformation of communication created such new opportunities for those willing to actually step into the spotlight?
Well, there's this thing about that visibility, teaching visibility. You got to be known, got to let people know you exist. I believe that. I truly, truly believe that, especially right now in the culture and the climate that we're in. I totally believe that. But here's the thing. I want to shatter that myth of gatekeeping. So many of us think that, visibility, true visibility, and being on the stage and having that high ranking status is only for those behind the gated community. Nah, we're not going for that. That's not true. We're not doing that. It's open to anyone who is bold enough and ready to step out there and let the world know that they have something to share. And that's what I do. I specialize in helping my people say, okay, now it's the time to come off the sidelines. Now it's the time to come from behind the curtains. Let's do this. Because if you're willing to embrace the right platforms, you can build influence, you can build credibility, and you can build power.
Amazing words. That's a very great perspective to have. I want to also know, what perspective do you have in regards to specific market gaps or even audience needs that could, use your unique voice or perspective, to what you're addressing right now?
A great question, because right now, people are having a hard time believing just anything that they hear. We are smart consumers, producers. We're smart people. Most of us are smart people. And the market is craving authenticity, if that makes sense. We're in the attention economy. So we can fill out fluff. We can tell when someone is really just giving us white messages or messages that really doesn't make sense. We're just saying something to be saying something. So people are tired of the surface experts, people that's not giving us real value. This is the time now. If you want to have true visibility, give people something they can use. Give them solutions to their problems. Talk to them like they're real human beings. Build trust with them. That's how you increase your visibility. Let people know you care. Let people know that you are the real deal. You have the receipts to prove it. You have the credibility to prove it. And hey, you got the results. That's what people want. That's what people want.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. Great insight. So how might increased visibility create opportunities that will otherwise remain undiscovered?
Here's the thing. Visibility definitely gives you more opportunity or access to opportunities. It attracts opportunity, I should say, the right kind of visibility. Now, when you're out there just doing stuff willy-nilly, it's not going to work for you. But the right kind of visibility will open doors for you. The right partnerships, community partnerships, speaking on the right stages, like this, on this kind of platform, being on virtual stages, being on real stages, doing workshops, and again, providing value. Staying in the shadows means you're missing out. No one knows you exist. They don't care what you have to say, and they're not going to believe it. They're not going to hand you their credit card because they don't know if you really know what you're doing. So you have to stand out. There's so much going on right now, so much noise in the marketplace. People are just trying to find their community. They're trying to find their people, those that they can trust.
Absolutely. Trust is very big to build and to break.
That's it. Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long.
Great perspective to have, not just in a personal aspect, but also in business as well, as a lot of people don't incorporate that in the business world, which is very important.
Yeah.
I want to get your take on what recent shifts in your industry make this an optimal moment to establish yourself as a thought leader.
Working in public relations, marketing, media, speaker management. I work with speakers all over the world, celebrities, that kind of thing, industry celebrities, industry icons, and regular people like me. We call us the special and delight speakers. We are the ones that's going to give you the real deal. We may not have the status that the celebrities have, but we're going to give you the real deal. And what I see in my industry right now, there are so many people being laid off. You know, the media is changing. Everything is shifting. And now is the time again to embrace visibility, because in any industry, true industry leaders and thought leaders, they embrace the boldness. They embrace being bold. Being a thought leader is no longer optional, in my opinion. You have a choice, but to be a visionary leader, a thought leader, a servant leader, you have to combine those three things. You have to be talking about how you can help shift the future. And that's what speaking does for you. That's a form of visibility, but that's what speaking would do for you. It's necessary. We got to step up now. We got to speak up, and we got to step up. And when we do that, it gives us visibility, but it also helps us shape our industry, and it helps shapes our communities. And that's why the time is now.
I love the sense of urgency and the passion behind the message. As if you want a change, you have to act on it now.
Right.
So thank you for providing that in your presence. I want to get a little bit more into your personal background as far as what unique combinations of experiences, skills, and insights do you possess that the world needs to hear right now?
You know, I teach visibility and publicity and all that stuff, but I'm the last one that wants to talk about themselves. But what I teach my clients, and I tell myself often, and my brand strategist, she tells me the same thing. It's your experience. Your experiences, your life experiences is what gives you your competitive edge. And there's a saying that says, when someone notices something about you, pay attention and use it. And I am good for spotting gifts and talents in other people, and telling them to do what we call an inventory audit of their accomplishments, things that they've done, the questions that people ask them all the time. These are the things that will help you say to the world, okay, I'm good at this. These are some of the things that I have mastered. So it's about the mastery. It's about the mastery, right? What are some of the things that you can do with your eyes closed? What are some of the things you can do even if money wasn't involved, if you didn't get paid for it? We have so many gifts and talents in us that we don't realize that we're sitting on a gold mine. We're really sitting on a gold mine. And I have learned, even for myself, the things that I'm good at, and I don't want to try to do 100 things. I'm not eBay. I have a concept called the eBay syndrome. When you're trying to be everyone, that's not me. I'm not Amazon. I'm not eBay, and I'm not any of those people. I know there are a select few things that I'm really good at. And that's what I push, or that's what I share with my clients in my business, in my firm. We are about helping those that are ready to come off the sidelines. I'm raising your visibility. We're rebranding my platform as we speak. I've been in business for a long time, and I've done this kind of work for a long time, but now I'm really clear on what I'm here to do and my assignment. And my assignment is to right the wrongs. So you can call me the visibility equalizer. That's what I'm doing.
Miss Visibility Equalizer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I love it. Wow. The passion is, you have to get behind you. You have to understand the sense of urgency if you want to make a change in your life, you want to make something happen, and as you said, the interests, the hobbies, the talents, the skills that we possess just by having our eyes closed or just sitting there being unused.
Exactly.
So very great point to enlighten, and I hope people really take heed to that section as well. I would like to know, how have your past challenges prepared you to speak with such authenticity and authority and passion with topics of this matter?
There's a thing of a lot of times our passions and our things that we're put here to do is connected to our childhood, connected to our childhood trauma or any kind of trauma, anything that has happened to our past experiences. And I believe that I've always known that I was different, but different in a way of I didn't care about fitting into someone else's box. I didn't care about being a part of the cool kids club. I don't need that. And some of my past experiences, I've always had one or two friends, and my sisters have been my best friends. I didn't need a whole lot of people to validate me. I don't seek validation. I don't seek the accolades. Sometimes people tell me, you're a little bit too humble. That's your problem. You're a little bit too humble. And that's one of the groups of people I teach. I call her the modest Maya, because we don't take compliments well. We don't like to talk about ourselves, but I can tell you how to do that. And that's because that stems from my past of being invisible, feeling inadequate, told that I wasn't enough, I was told that I wasn't going to be anything. But I knew that was a lie. And I was determined to turn that lie on his head, and I have. So, so those challenges of that, feeling inadequate, feeling unseen, those things that broke my heart back then, they break my heart now. For someone to be considered an underdog. So that's why I rally hard for the underestimated movers and shakers. And my challenges has shaped that life for me, that path for me. I hope I answered your question too.
Beautifully, may I add?
Thank you.
Very beautifully. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Well, what do you feel are the limiting beliefs about visibility and public speaking that have maybe been holding you back, and why challenge them now?
You know, visibility, let me just say this. Visibility and publicity is really two different things. Most people put those things together. One of the things I teach in my visibility strategies to my client is that speaking can be the number one visibility strategy you should use. But speaking is not for everyone. But it's a great way to reach people. Things like what you're doing now, Kiara, moderating, panel discussion, things like that. That's perfect. That's a form of speaking. That's a form of visibility. And it is so important that we give ourselves permission to step up and speak on platforms and allow our voices to be heard. A lot of people will not do that. But I think speaking is one of the number one ways of getting people to tap into your goals and for you to deliver impact. Playing small serves no one. I mean, it serves no one. So it's time to change that. Speak up, stand up, and let's get it going.
Yes. Great perspective to have. And I love the message behind be bold, be bright, or
right. Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, what personal or professional milestones do you feel like you've reached to indicate that you're ready to specifically amplify your voice?
For me personally, I think I reached a milestone of where I have people, women and men. I market to women, but I attract men. I guess it's that old personality. But to have women say, if it wasn't for you, I would have never took the stage. If it wasn't for you, Miss Nikki, I would have never been on TV. I never thought I could be on TV. I never thought someone cared enough about me to share my message, to hear my voice. Again, Kiara, so many people feel inadequate. They feel lost. They feel unseen. They feel unimportant. And I want to change that. So my milestones comes in the form of my family and my clients. When my clients win, I win. Period. It's not about the transaction, it's the transformation. To see these transformations, to be honored. Because if you're not celebrated, no one is listening to you.
Yeah.
No one's listening to you. And that's what I believe. You have to be celebrated. It's called the law of recognition. We celebrate those we recognize. Yeah. And I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but we celebrate those we recognize.
Right.
And I want my people, the underestimated underdogs, I want you to be recognized. If you feel like an underdog in your industry, in your world, and whatever you're doing, I want you to be recognized. That's what I'm here for. I know how to do it. 20 years in the game, I know how to do it.
Come on now. Come on. And that's a very, very, very long time to be able to know what you're doing, how you're doing it, and why you're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I really love your passion behind it because those are your experiences. You don't want anyone else to feel like what you did. So it sounds like that's your passion behind what drives you as far as your motivation. So I want to kind of get into your impact and your legacy.
Okay.
And just find out, what meaningful conversations or even movements or moments that you've had that could have kind of helped really shape your experience and your influence for sharing your story and your insight.
I have learned, teaching visibility, publicity, and doing speaker management and all that good stuff. I have learned everything starts with your story, and your story can start a movement. We cannot be afraid to tell our stories. I know at once upon a time, I would not really tell my story, talk about my background and things that have happened to me, my childhood. But I realized those are the things that shape your movement. Every major shift begins with one person willing to speak up. So I had to learn, okay, I'm going to tell the good, the bad, and the ugly. Not that I want your sympathy, not that I want you to say, whoa, whoa. No, it's not about that. But I want to ignite change and impact because of my story, because of my path, because my story can be a chapter in someone else's book to help them get up and move and take action. And that's why I say, make a decision, move forward, and tell your story. You don't have to tell everything, but tell certain parts of your story to help your audience and to help your community take action and provide impact too. A lot of people are waiting on you to lead them. And we have to start with us. We have to start with us.
One more time.
A lot of people are waiting on us to lead them. They're just sitting back waiting. That's why it's important to be on stages. That's why it's important to do podcasts. That's why it's important to write. Writing is an undervalued strategy. I'm sorry. Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
No, you're preaching. I'm loving this.
I get passionate about this. I get so emotional about this because it took me. Let me give you an example. LinkedIn is another strategy I use. I teach LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. As far as social media channels, we don't own any of this stuff. We didn't make it, so we can't break it, but we can use it while it's free for the most part. Right? So I teach some of my clients that LinkedIn is the platform they should be on, opposed to some of the other platforms. But let me say this. All of the social media channels is a visibility strategy. And if it's working for you, and it's helping you accomplish your goals or reach your goals, continue to use it. But for those of us that want to have a serious conversation, those of us that are trying to attract the right type of clients, and community partners and strategic partnerships, you need to be on a more serious platform, and LinkedIn is it. It's a text platform. It's for writing. Most people don't realize that LinkedIn started off being a search engine like Google, and they changed it over. That's where you should be showing up. Write your stories. Tell people about what you're doing behind the scenes. Tell people about some of your case studies. Have case studies. I talk about my clients all the time. I may not name my clients, but that's my content. I use LinkedIn, and your LinkedIn profile, and as well as some of your other social media platforms, they will come up before your own website. So if you're talking about the right things, LinkedIn is the perfect place to share your expertise as a subject matter expert, as well as a thought leader. That's a platform you can be on. And I've been invited, there's a Black version of LinkedIn coming out. Yeah, I got an invitation.
Well, please keep us posted because we need to hop on it and not be behind, because that's
Exactly.
such a great tip, especially for more business owners and less
Right.
content creators. A lot of people don't know, well, where can I go? I have to have an Instagram, because I have a business, and especially older people that don't like the computers or
Right.
technology, let alone social media. So you providing that tip for, hey, whatever works for you works, but however, as a business owner and making the right connections, this is the correct platform for you to advertise on.
Yeah, let me say this. If you're going to spend time on social media, I know someone that spends 6 hours. Nothing against Facebook. I'm just going to leave that there. They spend 6 hours scrolling. See, that's our problem as a community. And I may get my black card revoked for saying this, but we spend so much time consuming that we forget to produce. We forget to be producers. As a subject matter expert, you have expertise in some field, some vertical, some fractal. You have something worth sharing.
Yes.
Share this information. And LinkedIn is a place that approves you, saying, hey, here's 5 ways to do this. Here's educational tip. Here's a thought leadership post.
Yes.
We don't care about what cereal you ate or your brand of oatmeal, what flavor. We don't care about that over there. I'm not saying there's no entertainment over there, because it is. It is. But every post, more than likely, for the serious writers on LinkedIn, we're talking about real stuff that can help people. And that's where it's at. I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. I went down a rabbit hole.
No, ma'am. Very helpful. Like I mentioned before, thank you for sharing that, because that's a very helpful tip for not only people who are trying to just navigate through the differences and the changes through technology and social media, but also business owners that are not quite tech savvy or, very comfortable with social media. Them knowing that tip to, hey, maybe this is where I need to stay. If I stay here, I don't have to engage in,
Yeah, I say just try it out, test it out, test out the theory, test it out, test whatever I'm saying. I do A/B tests every day on something, some platform, doing something, testing it out. But if you have a presence on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, that's great. Stay there. Those are great placeholders. But go on LinkedIn, check it out, just peruse through it. And even if you're not posting right now, go up there and start commenting on people's posts. That's another form of writing. That has gotten me speaking opportunities, just commenting. People say, hey, can I send me a DM? Can I talk with you? Can I do a consultation with you? Absolutely. Here comes the calendar link. Okay. So
all very helpful tips. How you network, how you advertise yourself. Perfect. I also want to get your intake on what problems or challenges in society could even benefit from your perspective being more widely shared.
Again, speak up. Silence is not going to solve anyone's problems, including yours. There's no time to be silent anymore. If you're serious about your business, if you're serious about your platform, if you're serious about helping others and being a resource for others, it's time to speak up. Don't be afraid to share your point of view, your perspective, because here's what I know. There are 3 major parts to a major brand, to a brand. Your image is one, how you show up in the world. You show up with your big hair, you show up with a flower, whatever. That's number 1. The second one is your messaging. What messaging are you putting out there? What are you known for? Your messaging shapes your brand. It shapes your platform. It shapes your visibility structure. And the third important factor of a brand is your point of view. You got to share your expertise. You got to be willing to share your point of view. Yes, you will have some haters. But like someone told me years ago, if you don't have any haters, Nikki Kerr, you ain't doing enough. You got to share your perspective. You got to share your point of view. Silence would not work. If you have answers, experiences, resources that could make a difference, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? Let's go. Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I went down a hole again.
No, ma'am, Miss Nikki. I really appreciate you sharing your insight. And before I ask you a couple of more questions, I would love to know just a little fun question. What's your favorite color?
Red.
Explains your passion. It explains your, no, seriously, I asked that for a reason. It explains your passion. It explains your innovativeness, like your willingness to, hey, I can be a leader. Everyone is not a leader.
Right.
Though we, especially having Black mothers, we're raised to be leaders and not followers or else. However, everyone is not a leader.
No.
But you embody that. Red is such a perfect color for you.
Thank you.
That makes so much sense. I wanted to access, to throw a little fun there, and to ask our last two questions for you before we get your information from you, Miss Nikki, so that we know where to find you and get more information. I would like to know who in your network could benefit from or contribute to your journey toward the increase of visibility.
I really want to help those that are, again, feeling inadequate. I market to women, but I attract a few smart men. I market to women, but I attract a few smart men. I want that person that they know they're a leader. They may be considered a quiet leader. I work with a lot of quiet leaders. They're in the shadows, but they're the ones that, while we're playing checkers, they're playing chess. Those are the ones I want to work with. I want to work with those people that say, I just need one chance. Just give me one chance. But I don't know where to start. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to put this together. I don't know what a visibility strategy is. I don't know what media channels I should be on. I don't know what stages I should be on. I can help you with that. I can definitely help you with that. If you're feeling like it's your time to shine, but for a good reason, let's talk. Underestimated movers and shakers. That's who I help.
Wow. Thank you so much, Miss Nikki, for sharing your story, sharing your passion, sharing your blood, sweat, and tears, and your motivation and why you do this. I would love for you to take this platform to give everybody the opportunity to know where they can contact you and find you.
We are doing some rebranding right now, but I will recommend that everyone please connect with me on LinkedIn. It's Nikki Curry Media, 2 Ks in Nikki, NIKKI, CURRY Media. Nikki Curry Media on LinkedIn, or you can text me at 757-695-4999. If you text me, I promise you, I will send you one of my visibility strategy guides. We have some new things coming up right now. We're working on it behind the scenes, but we haven't stopped working with you. So we are here for you. If you're ready to play a bigger game, if you're ready to come off the sidelines, if you're ready to do what's necessary, call me, 757-695-4999.
Thank you so much, Miss Nikki Curry, everybody. Thank you for being a part and being featured on Black Business Network, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our brave blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Exciting time to be in digital marketing with the advent, the explosion of generative AI chatbots. They're better known as ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Claude, there's all kinds of this new one came out called Gemini. There's so many different tools that really what it comes down to is that it's made my business more precise. I can do things more quicker, I would say, and to elevate my brand messaging to a level that allows me to be as creative as possible. Digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now in the advent of AI because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
Innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes:
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, A staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience, showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Greetings, everyone. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kiara, the beautiful Key Taylor. I am your business moderator for today for this edition of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all across the states. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we have a lovely guest here, Mr. Kidi Awadu. He is also known for The Conscious Rasta, which is a renowned author and journalist. He's from Pan-African Trade Advocate, and he is an award-winning raw food chef. With over 20 years in media, he has authored 53 books, produced documentaries, and pioneered Living Superfood, a holistic nutrition brand promoting full-spectrum hypernutrition. A visionary in self-determination communities and Pan-African economic development, Kidi continues to empower individuals through knowledge, health, and strategic global engagement. Everyone, welcome Mr. Kidi Awadu.
Greetings. What a lovely introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I believe this is the first time we've been getting together. And you are Kira, the beautiful Key. Yes, you are all of that and even more. What a joy it is to be with you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us today. How are you doing today?
Today is an absolute wonderful, magnificent day. If I were doing any better, I would spontaneously combust.
I love that. Well, we wouldn't want you to do that, though. So I was so amazed and intrigued about reading about your journey, and I'm so interested to dive right on in today to learn more about you.
All right. Well, you have more information about me than most people. So, where do we begin this conversation?
Wow. Well, let's start with maybe your book covers. Your book
Hmm.
covers are 22 common chronic diseases linked to nutrition, toxic stressors, and lifestyle habits. Can you name a few that particularly affect the community?
Yeah. Well, I have had this series of books, which is three so far since the beginning of December. And probably by tonight or tomorrow will be two new books going to the publisher. So the first of these five was entitled Living Superfood Solutions, where we talk about using dietary strategies to prevent and reverse common chronic diseases. So when we look at the spectrum of diseases and disorders that are impacting the entire nation, the world population, but impact quite impactful on Black people here within the United States, these include, and I'm not going to list them all, let's just do a few: Alzheimer's,
You. Mhm.
arthritis, autoimmune disorders, cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic inflammatory diseases, and a spectrum of metabolic syndrome diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, overweight, obesity. I could go on, but those are just about a few of the 22 specific diseases that I list in the book with nutrition based, lifestyle based strategies to prevent or
Mhm.
reverse each of them.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. I want to know your thoughts on how your book highlights the chronic inflammations as you were going over as the root cause of chronic diseases and how
Mhm.
this has developed to such a widespread health crisis.
When we look at the root causes of diseases, I operate within a spectrum of alternative therapies called functional medicine. One of the key hallmarks that distinguishes functional medicine from conventional or allopathic medicine is that in functional medicine, we really strive to understand the root cause of disease, as opposed to allopathic medicine merely most of the time just prescribing pharmaceuticals to suppress the symptoms. Our aim is to ask the fundamental question: what caused this disease or disorder? So when we look at the root causes of disease and disorders, the word inflammation leaps right to the forefront. I published a number of books in 2023, one of which was called 100 Plus Lifespan. And I included a chapter to attempt to identify as many inflammation based diseases and disorders that I could possibly name. By the time I finished that list, it was 162. So when we look at these common diseases that I've been mentioning today, cardiovascular disease, cancer, we're looking at metabolic syndrome diseases. We look across the spectrum, including acute and chronic inflammation, anything from COVID-19 to colds and flus to pneumonia. Inflammation is a common theme. 162. Essentially, at that particular point, it's all of them. Now we have to ask the question: why are we suffering so much chronic inflammatory diseases?
Mhm.
The culprit number one: diet and nutrition. We are eating the standard American diet. Sorry to
Okay.
say this. The sad standard American diet
Mhm.
causes us to become inflammatory ill 2 times every day. Unless we eat 3 meals a day, then it's 3 times every day. We're eating ourselves sick. Most of us are totally unaware of that.
Wow. Wow. Such an amazing perspective to have and to share because a lot of people are unaware because we have our health conscious folks as we have but it's only so much health conscious you can be when it's already produced in the product. So you
Hmm.
really have to be very mindful of what you're consuming because it plays a role and a huge part in your diet. Wow,
Hmm.
thank you for sharing that perspective. I want to get a little bit more information on as regards to how did the shift in global power after World War II create the modern challenges that we face today, such as the food and diet.
hmm Okay, well, there we're now transitioning to the second of the three books that I've released since December 1st to date. And that book is entitled Disaster Preparedness for World Wars 5 and 6. So when we talk about World War II, going into World War II, the main challenges affecting the world were still basically the challenges of European imperialism. You had several countries such as France, Britain, Germany, Belgium, and then later Japan trying to create these huge empirical power states where they would conquer weaker nations, smaller nations, and then essentially just extract everything they could extract from them to make their home empire wealthy. The British were probably the most egregious example of this in the last 3 centuries. But at the end of World War II, because of a strategic positioning that the United States took place in allowing these other former imperial powers to kind of drain each other's power off by stepping back and watching them fight for so long and then coming in at the end and scooping up the praise for having saved Western democracy and all, the United States assumed a position. They allowed the British and the French and the Germans and these other empires to drain their coffers. So the United States had a lot of wealth. They assumed colonial properties, etc., and essentially assumed the hegemonic position, the strongest, most wealthy nation in the world, and then set up schemes which were called the Bretton Woods Foundations, where they created the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, etc., to make this the wealthiest nation in the world. And I was born 10 years after the end of World War II in 1955. And so therefore, I inherited in my generation the wealthiest position that any nation had ever been. It was a lovely growing up in a wealthy global superpower. But because of the excesses that it took to build this empirical global power, and the amount of imbalances and injustices that were created along the way, the American empire has, within the last 10 years, now fallen into a very steep decline. So what we're witnessing now are last dying gasps, I should say, of this empirical status, and a new order coming into place. Part of this new order coming into place is what in the book I list as World War V. World War V I deem to be the globalist corporate billionaire class versus the workers middle class. And there's a lot of conflicts dealing with that, including they're stealing our health care, and our quality food from us and from our families. And we're going to have to solve this because we cannot raise our children this way.
Absolutely. Thank you for such a beautiful overview of your second book. I want to lead into your third and ask you, which addresses longevity and lifespan. How long do you plan to live?
That is a wonderful question. The key word in that question is the word plan. If you and I are new to a city, say we're coming in for a convention, we have to plan arriving in the city, traveling to either rent a car or use public transportation or arrange to have someone travel. But we're going to have to make plans if we are to fulfill our goals. But when it comes to lifestyle, when it comes to longevity, and when it comes to what is called a healthy lifespan, meaning in our older years that we're not dependent on pharmaceutical medications and handicapped by lifestyle that led us down a wrong pathway, most of us don't have a plan for that. So when you ask me, how long do I plan to live? 126 years, which today, in today's lifespan, would make me the oldest man in the world. But because I study and I write about longevity, we realize that human lifespan has the potential to keep expanding and keep expanding to the point where I am just about to turn 70 years of age this year. So that would give me another 56 years to take me to 126. But the Science on longevity is expanding at such a rate, and I have upgraded my life expectancy several times as I continue to write about and learn about this science. It could very well likely be that by the time I'm 100, that people are commonly starting to live to be 120 to 135. So my plan at 126 is conservative, but I think it's a good plan, and I'm sticking to it as best as I can.
Yes, you are, because may I say you look fabulous. You look
Yeah.
fabulous. And I
Well, but
want
I
to
will
ask
say this
you,
much. You are, Kiara, the beautiful
oh,
key. So if I look fabulous and you're telling me that, I'm going to take it. You know what you're talking about.
thank you so much. But I'm pretty sure that your lifestyle, your attitude, your mental health, and your diet plays a huge role in how great you look. So I want you to tell us a little more on how do diet, exercise, sleep, and lifestyle factors impact stem cell regeneration?
Okay, that takes us into the third book released at the beginning of February of this year. And like I say, I have two more books queued up before the middle of March. These are definitely going to the printer, maybe one as soon as this evening. So, this new book, The Stem Cell Revolution, is a groundbreaking research study. I don't think there is another book like this in the world. I've done a lot of study. You know, it's been 50 years that I have been involved in detailed medical biological research, from coming literally out of high school right into a research laboratory. So I've been in science all of my life. This book talks about
Wow.
a holistic and natural approach to this groundbreaking cutting edge research called regenerative medicine. Up until recently, medicine has been pretty much focused, and we're talking about conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, pretty much focused on symptom suppression. What they call healthcare is really kind of, in a way, sickness maintenance. That you can be in a state of not complete healthy, but not well enough to stay away from that system, which is why they put people on long-term medication protocols. I deal with a lot of people dealing with serious issues of their health, and I love working with people like this because I get excited watching them transform their lives and get the solutions that they wanted. But so often I hear about people who are on 5 medications, 7 medications, 19 medications, sometimes on 3 different hypertension medications, high blood pressure medications, for over 10 years, 12 years. But I know that these very factors you're talking about, lifestyle, nutrition, exercise, rest, and overall just physical hygiene, I know, and I've demonstrated many times, that it can overcome these chronic diseases and disorders sometimes in as little as 32 hours to 4 days. The fastest I've ever seen hypertension, high blood pressure reverse itself. One person came to my house and we had a big, beautiful dinner. We feasted together, and I asked him, I said, he was on hypertension medicine for, I think, 7 or 10 years. And I said, what time of the day do you take your blood pressure? And he says, I usually take it first thing in the morning when I wake up. I said, I want you to do this experiment. I know that skipping your blood pressure medicine, because he took this medicine before going to bed and then his blood pressure next morning. I said, tonight I want you to skip taking your medicine. Just this one day. It's not going to cause a crisis. But I want you to wake up tomorrow and then test your blood pressure without the medication.
Okay.
He did that, and he told me his blood pressure fell 29 points overnight because of the meal that I fed him. He continued it, and for a couple of weeks, he continued the process. And then finally, when I talked to him again, he said he no longer had high blood pressure, and his doctor had confirmed it, and they came off the medications. So for anyone out there, you've been dealing with this crisis. Sometimes people are dealing with it for so long that they're on 3 different blood pressure medicines and maybe 1 or 2 other medications to suppress the symptoms that the blood pressure medicine is causing. There is another pathway. Food is nature's most perfect medicine.
I love that. I absolutely love that. I also want to talk about your African future, empowering a united and prosperous Africa for future generations. I
That's
want to
right.
know a little bit more about what is driving the renewed scramble for Africa and what does it mean for global Black dysphoria?
The new scramble for Africa. There was this conference that took place in Berlin, Germany in 1884 and 85. It's been called by many people the Berlin Conference, but in doing the research for this book, I found out that the original title of this conference was the Congo Conference, where these global imperialist powers, 5 European nations, were carving up the African continent amongst themselves to be able to exploit different parts of it. And what happened was they had started doing this exploitation of Africans, but they were bucking up against each other and ended up starting these fights and these skirmishes against each other. So they called this conference to say, we're going to divide up Africa strategically and use it to empower ourselves. Those 5 powers were Germany, Italy, France, England, and Belgium. Belgium got the biggest prize of all, the Congo Basin, but they had to split it with the French. So now today there are 2 Congos, one called Congo Brazzaville, and the other one, which we hear more frequently in the press, is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the richest natural resource basin on earth. The wealthiest country in the world is this Central African territory called the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Just to show you how wealthy that is, I wrote another book on reparations. When I calculated the unpaid debt of 85 years, I think was the exact period, during the foundation of America until the end of slavery, we calculated that period, 13.5 million enslaved Africans for nearly all of their lives, and they're assigned a wage missing from not paying these human beings their salaries for doing the work. I calculated that the unpaid debt with interest came to $23.57 trillion. Now, someone say, well, how could they ever pay reparations based upon that debt? They can't pay it. They won't pay it. They can't pay it. But I say, but if we want to find $23.57 trillion, there's only one place on the planet that we can find that kind of untapped wealth, and that's the Democratic Republic of the Congo. At its current rate of extraction of natural resources, the Congo can pay billions of dollars for 2,000 years before it's exhausted. That's just one country out of 55.
Wow. That's so beautiful. I'm Congolese, being able to find the tribe that you come from and to do your testings, I found out that's nearly 43% of my background. So to learn more about that place, I'm so happy that you brought it up. It's the richest place in the world with the resources, our phones, our computers, everything
That's
else.
right.
It comes all from there, the sources and the resources and the mines and the caves and everything
That's
that
right.
they have to go through to get those resources, which go through China, which come here.
That's right. That's right.
So,
Now, but we're challenged with this question, beloved. And I salute you for finding your Congolese heritage. You should be very proud of it. But then we have to ask the question, why are the people of Congo considered to be at the very bottom per capita income of all nations in the world, if this is the most mineral rich nation of the world with $24 trillion of untapped natural resources? Why are the citizens of the Congo the least paid in the world? I blame myself. I blame us, Africans in America, because for many decades they have been asking, why don't we come home and help them build for themselves, ourselves, what we built for the enslavers' capitalist system here in the West?
Yes, sir.
So we got work to do. We have to take primary responsibility for the skills and the talents that we have accumulated in our 500-year journey that we call the great suffering of enslavement. Maafa is a term we use.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you for asking that question because that's definitely where I was leading to for such a place to have such rich resources and to be so
Mm-hmm.
valuable. Why are they so behind on the benefit of that? So
Mm-hmm.
thank you for bringing that into perspective. I also would like to know your book projects, a vision of a globally empowered African people. Is this
Mm-hmm.
realistic or Pan-African ideal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is Pan-African idealism.
Okay.
I stand upon the shoulders of great ancestors who's had similar visions. We do know about the great Marcus Messiah Garvey, who said, Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. And he admonished us to collectivize, to get organized. He said, stay disorganized and you will be exploited, you will be robbed, you will be killed. But get organized, he said in 1922, and 400 millions of us, Africans, by being organized, will cause the world to stand up and recognize and respect us. That was in 1922. Now, 100 years ago, hold on to your seat. Our global population of African people, which was depleted during the period of the Arab and transatlantic slave system, our population of the continent was depleted by 600 million human beings. Hundreds of millions of them came to the West and built up the biggest wealth in the world in agricultural wealth and industrial wealth. Now our population, we recovered that 600 million missing in 1997. Today, the population of the African continent stands at 1.534 billion people. And when we add another 239 million Africans scattered all over the globe, we at 1.784 billion on this planet are the world's number one ethnic group. With the richest continent backing us up. We just have to have a plan to put all this together. That's what this book, The African Future, is the plan. And I stand by it. I've done a lot of great work, research, a lot of great work. I think this one is the best of all. I had a call, just to show you, from one of my earlier books. It was called The Blackest Soil Africa Can Feed the World, in which it was determined that African agricultural land could feed 12.9 billion people on a planet that currently only has 8.2 billion. We could feed everyone on the planet, mostly organic food. Why then, we ask, are we all over the world food dependent upon others to feed us? That doesn't make any logical sense. Now, one thing that I'm excited about the book keeps finding its hands into other people. It found its hands to an MP from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. His wife in London got a hold of the book, then called her husband, a minister of parliament. We talked, he said, we have in the eastern oriental province of the Congo, we have 19 million square kilometers of land. Please come and help us build this vision. Just last week, 2 weeks ago, someone called me from London and said he had a friend, he just met a Nigerian who had his hand on my book and wanted to meet me, didn't know that he and I were very close associates. This Nigerian said, I want to meet this guy. He says, I have a land grant. I'm working on 100,000 hectares of land in Nigeria, the wealthiest African nation. 100,000 hectares equals 274,000 acres of land. Let me ask you, what could we who are in agriculture in the United States do if we had access to 274,000 acres in Africa's richest nation?
A lot.
We could feed our people over here with that land.
Yes, sir. A lot. A lot is an understatement.
That's right.
Wow. I love the passion and the urgency behind your message as well. I want to dive into your next project, the quantum advancement. Now, I want to know, why have you dedicated your life to such a cutting edge science and technology?
As we reach for the stars, We are ever mindful that we stand upon the shoulders of giants. In my own life, my father, who grew up son of sharecroppers in North Carolina, became an industrial chemist for a major corporation in the United States. And one of the things he did, he built a home in an all-black community, brand new, from scratch, where a black farmer was retiring, had 40 acres, and he only sold to middle-class black families. We came to the country and built this dynamic community. So within the community, every household had a very skilled and talented couple leading the households. And so my mother, who tragically passed at a very young age, she was a genius. She was in college at age 16. And my father was a genius, one of the most skilled and talented men I ever knew. So I stand upon the shoulders of my parents. But also along the way, I discovered books. And I fell in love with Dr. George Washington Carver. I fell in love with W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington and Mary McLeod Bethune and so many others, sisters and brothers. I'm a journalist largely because of Ida Wells Barnett. I fell in love with these great accomplishing people. And I have committed myself to science. But along the way, I discovered that I was a multi-genius, what's called a polymath. And because of that, I said, well, let me keep pushing the boundaries of my knowledge, wisdom, my understanding, and my learning. So right now, I'm writing this book called Quantum Advancement, which deals with quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum energy, quantum thinking, quantum nutrition. When we talk about quantum, we are moving beyond the limitations of the fourth industrial revolution, which is shattering the world right now with AI and digital technologies. But quantum now gives us a perspective on interdimensional relationships, how we can bridge the boundaries of time, space, and personality. But guess what? We've done all of this before. Much of the research that's going into my book, Quantum Advancement, goes back to ancient Egypt. Pyramidology is what it's called.
Wow.
Where we're looking at the technologies of the pyramids and the, what they call them, the obelisks, which we call the technu. And what we find is, and the science is there, it's just that we haven't taken responsibility for revealing the science to our people. We realize that those pyramids were built, not only precise mathematics built them, precisely aligned to star systems halfway across the Milky Way galaxy, but that the capstone of the pyramids, covered with a crystalline capstone, was a conductor of electricity and a communications device. Our people had tapped into quantum science at that time that we are obligated in our generation to recover. Last point I'll make is this is very exciting. You got a chance to see a hint of what we can do in the two Black Panther movies, especially the February 2018 Black Panther movie. You saw this quantum science become reality. That's who we are. We've seen the vision of it. Now's the time for us to jump in and create it for real before the year 2050.
Absolutely. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing so much of your knowledge today, and so many books, incredible books that's filled with knowledge and different aspects of your different passions and your perspectives in regards to diet, lifestyle, and science. So my last questions before we get your information here today is, how many more books do you have planned for the coming year?
Believe it or not, at the beginning of the year, and I have 3 of them now in the pocket. At the beginning of the year, I committed to 12 books. And right now I'm teaching a writing course for people who want to be authors and get their book published. It's called 90 Days to Write and Publish Your Book. Our course began on the 18th of January. I'm teaching people to get their book out. People who have been aspiring to write a book. Oh, I've been wanting to write this book for 10 years. Okay, April 18 is your publication day, and I'm not going to let you fail. So to demonstrate to everybody that my system works, in 2023, when I taught the class, I was able to get 10 books out in one year. That was my biggest year so far. This year, I'm probably going to do about 7 books, but I may try and do 11 just so I can show everybody, yeah, I am growing along with you. So, how many more books? I have a bunch of books queued up. One called Standard Omission. Greek medicine is based upon African medical science. I have another book coming out called What Are We Going to Do with Christmas? I can tell you, beloved, during 61 days of November to December 2024, 61 days, Black people in America alone during the holiday shopping bubble spent an average of $1,117,000,000 a day for 61 days. What do we have to show for that? We do that every year, and every year it increases by about 3.4%. During the 80-day of the longer Christmas shopping period, it's over $88 billion, and we didn't change any structural institutions within our community. We got to stop that. So one book coming out, what are we going to do with Xmas? I think we can do a lot better with it than we have been doing. Last book I'll mention, I have upcoming 2 books. One called A Year Against Cancer, How to Prevent and or Reverse Cancer. And another one, I hope we all get excited, The Rebirth of Love, Rebuilding the Black Family and Community for Sustainable Development.
Yes, sir. Wow. Wow, I'm excited for your future projects and to learn more about your current projects that you have going on. So much knowledge and perspectives that you have just with lifestyle in general and the Black community as a whole to share. And we just appreciate your time here today. I would love
Yeah.
to know one fun question since we got to know so much about you. What is your
Mhm.
favorite color?
My favorite color is green. You know it is. Green green means go. Green is the color of the African Union flag. Green means healthy, sustainable economy. Green means we are in synchronization with Mother Nature. Green is the color of foods, and you know, Mama said eat them greens. Green is also the color of chlorophyll, that thing in the plants that converts the sunlight to energy, photosynthesis. And that chlorophyll is an analog to human blood, which is red. The only difference between hemoglobin that makes our blood red and the green and chlorophyll, there's only one difference between those two chemical structures. Hemoglobin has iron at its core, and chlorophyll has magnesium at its core. Otherwise, the two chemical molecules are exactly the same, which is why you can, what's it called? You can put pure, if you have to do a blood transfusion, you can put pure chlorophyll into a human body and they'll live because it's the same molecule. So, what is my favorite color? You know it was green all along.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Kidi Awadu, for sharing your story, sharing your passion and your perspectives, and all of your books that you have currently out to share with the world, as well as your future projects. Can you quickly tell everyone where we can contact you and find you?
All right, I'm glad to share that information, especially with Jamila. I told her, Jamila, the whole show I'm going to be talking to you. So now you know, Jamila, I was talking to you the whole time. As lovely and polite as she was when she called me and said, you better be ready to get on this show. So how can Jamila and everyone else there who loves this show, loves this channel, and loves you, how can they contact me? I have a simple name, 5 letters. That's like there's only 3 of us on earth, so I'm easy to find. Keid, as in delightful, dashing, and handsome and all that stuff. Dikeidi. You can go to kidi.biz. You'll find a collection. I think there's about 46 or 48 of my books currently on the website. I am, of course, and all the major booksellers have access to my material. I encourage everybody, don't just get excited about what I say. Get excited about what you learn and what you now realize you can do with what we've learned together.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, business owners, entrepreneurs, Mr. Kidi Awadu, thank you for being a part and joining us today here on Black Business Network. And of course, genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Fairview Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black man owned it, the Regal Theater, black man owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then say, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, "You an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas, and you will figure it out." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract. I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, "You got an art scholarship. You ought to know how to paint." And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, "I can't help you. I'm not going to help you. You got something, so go do what you do." And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces, and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. the colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I want to I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today. me, it's a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them.
it's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to introduce, as we wrap up this incredible week of events, it's only fitting to end on a high note with Dr. Eric Kelly III, a visionary leader and a driving force in business, technology, and leadership development. His commitment to innovation, strategic growth, and community empowerment has made a lasting impact on industries and individuals alike. Dr. Kelly's insights and expertise have shaped the way we think about success, resilience, and the future of business, leaving us with valuable takeaways to apply in our own journeys. So let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Eric Kelly III as we close out today's and this week's Expo. And I want to thank everybody for being a part of this incredible Expo.
Hello. You said a round of applause. I started, go back to the old DJ days when, I was spinning them turntables and bring out the sound effects of everybody clapping all over the world. Grant, it's been a great week. Want to thank you for all the work that you've done in the background as we look at so many great commercials that your company has done. The branding that you've done for the Black Business Olympics has just been phenomenal. And for those who have joined us all week and watched all of the great speakers and watched all of the commercials, we noted that your work has been exemplified in terms of the kinds of commercials you do. And then the branding has just been outstanding. But of course, it's not about you right now. It's about the people. It's about the good people. Yeah, point your finger at me if you will. But again, I smile because I'm just so elated that we're here where we are as we work on getting this movement to move. And with that being said, I'm going to say to you, genius is common.
And I'll see you on the other side.
It's been a great week. There are words I can use for this particular week, words like incredible, phenomenal, unbelievable. But another word, breathtaking. That's what we got. When you think about the speakers that we've had all over the globe, many times we hear people talking about they're global, but this network truly showcase global speakers around the world. This evening, as those of you who have been here all week, you've watched each and every day These 7 days started out on inspiration, education, and empowerment. And then that was Monday. Then on Tuesday, advertising, public relations, marketing, sales, and merchandising. On Wednesday, 64 ways to do business on the internet, marketing, advertising, and public relations on the internet. How do you do that? Then, of course, on Thursday, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and access to capital. Then, of course, Friday was Generation X versus Generation Z. When we started this journey some 6 years ago, the average age was 27 and 14. And just 6 years in, that has changed. The average age now is 30 and 16. So you got to begin to think about it. And that 16 figure is in Africa. That 14 figure I gave earlier was in Africa. The rest was around the world. And so on Saturday, Black Business and the Culture, as we talked about health, mental health, physical health, and we talked about the culture, what's going on in the Black culture. And then today, Black Business and Innovation, as we continue to talk about AR, AI, and most importantly, we talked about innovation and technology. So, as we began my 2 cents, my state of Black business, my reason and my mission for putting this event on, putting this broadcast on, ensuring that business owners around the globe get a chance to talk about what they do each and every day. When you look at our kids and begin to think about what's going on, you realize, looking at the numbers, that we're number 1 in suicide. I say that and I bow my head and I think to myself, number 1 as a group in suicide. Why is that? Why are our young people killing themselves disproportionately than any other group in the world? And so with that being said, I want to help change that. But this week, speakers from across the globe have helped change that. As my vision, as my grandmother's vision was in 1989, and that was to build a movement to give kids back in those days more opportunity, to raise scholarships for those kids back in the day so that they could do something else with their lives. And as I think about those days back in 1989, I began to think about how I became a man, how I got here. And each time that we do this broadcast, I come on and I do the same thing, and people always ask me why. And what I do is I thank the people who made this happen. Thank you is important to me because each person that gave their time, that told their amazing story, each person that spoke on the microphone, that did a fireside chat, that did a presentation, each person that gave of their life should be thanked. And I want you, as you're listening to this, to think about the people in your life that you should thank. Some people say, give me my flowers while I'm alive. That's the only time that you can truly get flowers. And so with that being said, I want to thank my great-grandfather, Henry Stansel. Henry Stansel, my daddy, as I call him, was a short man, but was a bold man. And he molded my thought process. I want to thank him for that. I want to thank Esther Stelzer, my great-grandmother, his wife, who in her quietness, in her stillness, in her smooth moves that she had, she instilled in me patience. I want to thank Lovella S. Stansel, my grandmother, who raised me from 5 months old until she left this earth. I want to thank her for saying to me when I was a young kid that I could do anything that I wanted to do, that I could be anything I wanted to be. No boundaries, no limitations. I want to thank her for that. And then, of course, I want to thank my moms. Yes, I want to thank my moms as we celebrate her birthday. I want to thank her for showing me that people are different and everybody has their own story. I want to thank her for that. And as I begin to thank the people that it's made this happen, I want to thank my sister, Esther Cheryl Williams, who fixed food for all of the people all during the week. One, of course, want to thank Lisa Williams, who's the critical eye that watches what's going on. Want to thank one of our sponsors, Alfreda Williams, as she sponsors this event as if she's a company or corporation. And she looks me in the eye and says, yes, we're family. Want to thank my little brother, Alonzo Cagle, as he continues to show that resilience and commitment is important to life. Now, as I thank my family, I want to thank my Black Business Network family. I'm going to say that the people that worked with me in the beginning, I definitely want to thank them because they truly made this a work of art. I want to thank, first of all, Jamila Burrell, a young lady out of Texas who's come aboard and been a spark plug. I want to thank Carrie Jackson. Carrie Jackson, the backbone of the programs. She makes sure that everything is in place and all the speakers get their information. Want to thank, of course, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Yes, a lady of wisdom, a lady of presence, a lady of power. Want to thank Nikki Curry. When you begin to think about PR, public relations, you have to think of Nikki Curry Media, who's a 3-time Black Business Triathlon winner, as she's brought us speakers from around the globe. Want to thank Darius Stanton of the Stanton Group, the Win-Win-Win organization. Want to thank, of course, Grant McGaw of Omaha, as I always say. Want to thank True Russell. Want to thank Gerald Stone. Want to thank Taisha, Coach Ty McCoy. Want to thank Sydney Wormsby, Kiara Taylor, and Tanya Lawrence. Want to thank Mary D. Welch, Crystal Brody Smith. Want to thank the team as the team makes it happen for all of us. And now let's thank the speakers. And as we go down this list, over 145 speakers spoke. Over 200 people were involved in this presentation. And so I'm going to do my very best to thank the people who truly made it happen. I want to thank again Andre Adams. I want to thank Edward Fairley. I want to thank Alan Thornton. I want to thank Darius Stanton, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. I want to thank Eric Stevenson, Maurice Grant. I want to thank Dominique Milton. I want to thank Jimmy Davis, Darius Green. I want to thank Dr. Alexis Paradox. He's going to get me, but that's his name. Miria Tolikama. Miriam's from Australia. Of course, want to thank those people who stood in the background and made sure it happened for us. Want to thank Renee Miller. Want to thank Dr. Joanne Scott. Linda Peavy. Want to thank Dr. Tandra Price. Want to thank Latanya Warren. Want to thank Monique A.J. Smith, Harvette Smith, Sydney Warmsby, Alex Phillips. Want to thank Brandon Hubbard, who came in 2 times to show us her value. Want to thank Antoinette Clark, Tanya Lawrence. Want to also thank Gloria Lawrence, as Gloria Lawrence did an outstanding job. And as we look at the people who we want to thank Janika Johnson, Stephanie Hopkins, Crystal Gomez, Charles Petaway, Namosa Mekabe, Dr. Jeru Hall, Bridget Perkins, Renee Holtz, Tanya Bradshaw, Kerry Jackson, Jalissa Thomas, Naomi Carrington Hockman. Want to thank Dina Bell Nance. Want to thank Laura Hardy, Sekou Varner, Kendall Lennox, Tanisha Prim, Charlie Williams. We talked about Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Want to thank her again. Want to thank Dr. Barbara Wright, Jessica Thomas. Want to thank Melanie Perry, Caroline Bookman, Ivy Stokes, Rita Nagudi. Want to thank Marcia Perry. Want to thank Patrick Muhammad, Dr. Terry Jackson, Linda Mitchell, Rose Johnson, Sia Taiwan. Want to thank Harvette Smith. Want to thank Mary D. Welch. Want to thank again Jamila Burrell. And as we kind of close it out, want to thank Lisa Jackson, David Carter, Monica Reed, Jonica, or as we say, Jonathan Blake. Want to thank Angela Simmons. Want to thank Michelle Lewis, Tina Harrison, Bryant Mitchell, James Peterson. Want to thank Greg Simmons. Want to thank Victor Harris, Wendy Carter, Peter Johnson, Nina Burnett, Jimmy Davies, Thomas Gray, and Jessica Roberts. I want to do more than thank you. I want to honor each and every one of you as you have graced us with your greatness. You have turned this world upside down with your greatness. As we thank all of the speakers, I want you to think about, why did you watch? What did you get? Where were you? How did this affect you in your life? And who are you? As I get ready to go into the final talk, the last one of the week, the grand finale, I want to talk about unlocking success with your operating system. Many times people hear me talk about operating systems. Your operating system. How do you operate? How do you move? What is your operating system? My new book called The I System talks about how you turn your imagination into compensation. Before I get started, let's set some ground rules for the conversation. The name of my book is the Who, What, When, Where, How, and Why book. Use your imagination for compensation. Now, before we delve into the book, let's talk about the 9 principles of life transformation. Now, what do I mean transformation? How do you change your life from what it is right now into the life that you want to live? You have to be transformed. And so my great-grandfather started me out with 6 transformational skills, and I added 3 to it. And the first one is thinking. He used to say, my money is my money. If you want some money, you have to first think how to get it. The next principle is sales. Selling has 2 sides. One side is manipulation, and the other side is influence. Which one are you involved in? Manipulation or influence? My great-grandfather used to say, people would tell him that you could bring a horse to water, but you couldn't make him drink. And my great-grandfather, Papa Stansel, used to say, that's a lie. Because if you brought a horse to water and he took a handful of salt and stuck in his mouth, that horse would drink that water until his thirst was done. So are you the water? Are you the horse? Are you the person that's riding the horse? Are you the water or are you the salt? I submit to you this evening, you must be the salt to your clients and your customers. You are already the water, be the salt. Next in line is research. I want to stop there for a moment because I think research is almost the most valuable principle to talk about. Do you know your background? Do you know where you're from? Do you know what your business is truly about? Do you know what you're truly about? Have you ever researched you? Yes. Have you ever looked in the mirror? As I do mirror time each and every morning. That's why I talk to myself and I say, what is this day worth? What is this day about? Why is this day available? Then, of course, energy. My great-grandfather used to say, energy equals money. Putting the energy in gets something out. And number 5 is your attitude. Not just your attitude on how you do work and how you do business, but your attitude, period. Sometimes you hear people talking about he has great attitude, or he has bad attitude, or he has no attitude at all. What is your attitude? Number 6, when you talk about sales and talk about manipulating people on one side, and then you're talking about influence people on another side, remember, the influence side is your influence people on what they already want. And the only way that you can influence people in sales, you have to do number 6, which is to listen. And when you listen to what people say and to what your customers say, then you can truly find your client. That is a question you have to ask each day. Is the clients that you're working with, are they truly your clients? Now, those were the 6 that my great-grandfather gave me. And I said I added a few, 3 to be exact. Number 7 is be consistent. No matter what you do, no matter how you are, no matter where you're going, be consistent. Don't do it one day and then not do it another day. Don't try it for now and don't try it for later. Try it all the time. We hear all the time, how you do one thing is how you do all things. So think about that. Now, number 8 is duplication. I want you to think about that word for a moment. Duplication. Why is duplication in these principles? because you must understand that duplication, like multiple streams of income, is the key to freedom. Duplication, duplication, duplication. Now, as I talk about duplication, I have to talk about the last one. The one that many people don't like because they're busy doing a lot of things. And that's execution. Yes, execution. How will you execute your life, your business, and most importantly, your family? I talked about the business operating system. And many of you are probably sitting there saying, what does he mean operating system? Well, let me make a couple of examples for you. Most people on the planet have a telephone. And that telephone may be an Android, it may be an Apple, it may be a Chinese phone, it may be a phone that's in your home. I know many times we don't even think about a phone in your home, but a telephone no less. And that telephone has an operating system on it. And that operating system has apps on that operating system. What are the apps that you have around you as a person and a business? And what I mean by that, if you're in business, do you have a lawyer? Do you have an accountant? Do you have a vice president? Do you have a secretary? All these people are a part of your operating system. A clock, for example. Have you ever opened a clock and looked at all the intricate details in a clock? Many times we're watching or looking at the hands, not watching the hands, because you can't watch the hands, which is amazing to me, that a clock can be moving in time and you can actually be looking at it and you cannot see the hands move. Inside of that clock is an operating system. And that operating system is moving so effortlessly until you cannot see the hands move. Are you like that as a business owner? Are you like that as a person? Now, as we begin to talk about what the world is going to look like in the next 10 years, we have to talk about an operating system called AI. We have companies all around the world rushing to get AI to the marketplace. Why? Because AI is an operating system that people are going to be able to use to think, to design, to create. That's an operating system. VR is an operating system. Voice recognition is an operating system. Ask yourself, what is your operating system? Now, many of you in business probably are saying that or listening to 3 to 5 years, if you're not successful, you're going to go out of business. Some people are listening to, it's hard to be an entrepreneur. Some people are thinking that, hey, I want to be in business, but there are circumstances keeping me out of business. And what I say to you is this: the world is your playground, and you can start a business right now. You can be a business right now. As we look at one lady by the name of Madam C.J. Walker, how she did business across a racist time in this country. And her operating system is an operating system that still works today. Public relations, because her name wasn't Madam C.J. Walker. Advertising, marketing, sales, and merchandising across this country. And did it when, in fact, there was a time when equality was not even a thought. And so as I move into my book, the Who, What, When, Where, and How book, I want you to understand that there must be a mind shift in your life to get where you're going. You must understand what your state of mind is and deal with what your mindset is. These three are very important. Who set your mind to believe that you couldn't be an entrepreneur and you couldn't earn for your life? What is the state of mind that you're in as you wake up each and every day? These are the kinds of things that you have to think about. You have to think about your mind state. And once you think about your mind state, you got to think about the mind shift. But I'm going to close with this. What's more important than your state of mind, you shifting your mind, you understanding your state of mind? What's more important is your mind print. What's on this? What's on this that's in your mind? And I will submit to you, your mind print has 4 colors. The gray print, which is your subconscious mind that has no filter, that looks for everything that you would like to see materialize. Then, of course, that's your gray print, which means that whatever you put in is what you're going to get out of it. What you think about every day is what it's going to bring to a reality. Your red print, and that red print is the blood that courses through your blood, courses through your veins. That red print truly is who you are, how you show up, and how you do business. I said earlier, how you do one thing or some things is how you do everything. And then, of course, your blueprint. Not just your blueprint for your business, but your blueprint for your life. What kind of life do you want? What kind of blueprint do you want for the company that you're working? Then, of course, it's your green print. People talk about this as multiple streams of income. I say your green print is how you earn, not how you make, not how you deliver, but how you earn money for your life. And then, of course, to kind of bring it on home, your black print, which is your legacy, your retirement. And retirement doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to retire from life. Retiring for that business, which gives you the last point, which is your exit strategy. Businesses are not built to just sit somewhere. They're built to sell. Again, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. But more importantly, I want you to think about what your operating system is. What do you use? Are you pushed by emotion or are you pushed by business? Think about that for a moment. Are you pushed by business or are you pushed by emotion? And many times what I find is that a lot of people on the planet are not pushed by business. They're pushed by emotion? What are you pushed by? How are you pushed? What do you dedicate your life to? The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world, is a time when you get a chance to see business owners talk about business, some high level, some level, but more importantly, sharing their amazing stories. And as we come to a conclude, I just want to say to each and every person that participated, those that I mentioned and those that I did not mention, thank you so very much for being a part of this journey. And as I conclude, I just want you to think about what you're hearing in the marketplace. And many times in the marketplace, we're hearing, what about history? Do we remember history as we move forward? And I always say that history is the fundamental building blocks of the future. Because if your history is not intact, how can you build a future? We stand on the shoulders of the great ancestors who built this world, who built this climate, who ensured that we are smart enough to understand that we can do all things, that we can do what we dream of doing, that we as business owners can help that percentage of kids out there who are looking and watching television, who are looking and watching and listening to rap, who are looking and watching their parents. They are our future. Many times I end my statements with, what you're looking for is looking for you. But a more powerful quote of mine, and that is, if you don't value your value, then your value will be valuable. If you don't value your value, then your value will not be, valuable. Do you value your value today? Do you value your value each day? And as I say, what you're looking for is looking for you. All you have to do is pay attention to the signs. How do you get on the frequency of millionaires and billionaires if you're not paying attention to the signs of things that are moving here and moving there? How do you ascend to the top when you have not looked at what the bottom looks like? The Black Business Olympics comes to a conclusion. And that conclusion is just a blip on the mainframe of the envelope of progress. So as we close out, I want you to think about this as you continue to do business around the globe. Who are you? Why are you doing business? Where are you doing business? How are you doing business? These are questions we have to ask. Because when we understand these questions, then we understand our journey, our vision, our mission. As we look into our next event, which is going to be the 24th of March, we're going to continue to bring to you the very best speakers in the world so that you can listen, understand, and be educated to a level that's dedicated to you as a Black business. When we look at the time that we spend on this planet, and we look at the time that we spend doing the things that we do, we must ask ourselves one question. Is there going to be regret at the end of the day, or are we going to be empty at the end of the day? It is easy to regret what you didn't do and not respect what you did. So as we look at the next broadcast in March, we want you to reach out to these business owners. Watch the show again and again and again and again. Because I guarantee you, there will be many life-changing messages that you did not hear when you was listening to it for the first time. So with that being said, we're going to look at Grant McGaw. Want to thank Grant McGaw for holding everything down. Want to thank all of the team members. I didn't call you, hold it to my head, but not to my heart, because I do love you with all of it. And as we have said all week long, genius is common. And I'll see you. Well, I'll see you on the other side. But before we get out of here, I'm going to bring up the great Grant McGaw from Omaha.
Great job. Excuse me. Great job. Great job. Great job.
Well, you know, Grant, as we get to another closing of the day, another ticking of the hour, we must understand that we are all we have. And
Absolutely.
that we must begin to reach across the waters. But more importantly, we need to reach across the aisle and join hands and change the world together.
Absolutely.
It is not a guess we can do it. It is not a yes we can do it. It is for the survival of a people. And
Agreed.
before you get out of here, Grant, what did you get out of this week? We got a few more seconds.
100%. You know, the big thing I got out of this particular expo, as opposed to some in the past, is the call to action. The realization that this is not something that you might want to do as far as opening a business. It's absolutely necessary to have a business at whatever level. You must have a business, and then that business must be doing business within the community in which you live and breathe and serve. That's what I got out of this week.
And of course, I got something out of it that a lot of people probably missed. Consistency. Think about that for a moment, Grant. We've been doing this. This is our 6th year. And we've had speakers all over the globe, over 9,000 speakers. Why did those 9,000 people show up? What did they gain by showing up to the network to tell their amazing stories? That's a part of what we've done, is we've told some of the greatest stories that have ever been told in business. And when you look at the triathlon, and you look at the quarters, and then you look at the sprints, as I call the sprint medleys, these are business owners at the highest quality, being in these Olympic Games and working through these business competitions.
Yep.
Your company has done some great things. The Follow the Brand podcast is an award-winning podcast that is must-see TV.
Thank you.
And so as we close out, Grant, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience before we get out of here?
Just one more thing.
I've turned around. Now I'm interviewing you right now. I'm the last guy, but go ahead.
Oh, no. I wanted to say this to the audience, is that, and we are doing the research, and I already know is going to be in the Guinness Book of World Records for what the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics has done to be a premier organization to have the most Black businesses to be on a network in the world.
Live.
That's
the key. That's the part people missing. We're not a YouTube. We're not a Twitter. We're not a LinkedIn. We're not one of these guys that record and leave it out there for you to see. We are actually live, Grant.
A live network. That has not been done, and we're verifying it in the history of the world.
Woo, of the world. So when you say we're making history, we want you to understand when the timekeeper hits that clock, we would like to leave with you a legacy of Black businesses all over the globe saying to you that genius is coming. And I will, Grant, see you on the other side. Thank you until the next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.